Morning.
Watch me.
Just watch me now. Just watch me now. I got a song for you, a little more
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to day 3 of your How to Monetize the Metaverse course. Every time I see that video, something else sticks out. And that one this morning that jumped out for me was that opening line where it's like, good morning. Says it all for those of you coming in from the UK, from those from America, even sunny South Africa, I see jumping on over here. Just a fantastic morning to all of you. It's been a really spectacular 2 days. I have loved the energy. I've loved the comments. The feedback has been extraordinary. And I love for so many of you how it's become blatantly clear that you really are on a metamorphosis, that your understanding of what this was, your interpretation of what the metaverse was at one stage versus what it can be, and just the ideas and the tunnels that you're taking it down and the opportunities that you're seeing, I've really found it spectacular. Outside of that, for those of you who are formerly partners and agencies, I'm so excited to work with you to deep dive and unpack the opportunity to explore what we can do exploding into property, to bounce around other discussions with you. I see Julie, you were chatting yesterday about wanting to know how long it takes to start events, and you were so excited about getting in the event space, and even at an event coming up in June that you wanted to use this for. An event takes a day or two to put together, super quick and easy, and a full events team, an incredible studio putting it all together for you, and absolutely something we can assist you or a client with on that side. And I really spent a lot of time yesterday just going through your comments. What I loved, it's about just so many conversations and things that built on and built on and built on. So many of you that have got a history in completely different industries, and yet you are being like motivated and passionate and excited and enthusiastic about something this new. And that's why every time that ad plays, we use to kick off this conference, it just resonates because that's where we all are. Some of us may have been feeling 3 days, am I too old to start something new? Some of us may feeling that, am I in an industry that has got me stuck, that I've got these glass ceilings to where I can go, that I've lost my passion for, to want to be creative. And those of us may feel that we just didn't have the right tools, didn't have the right degrees, could have made decisions differently 5, 10 years ago that could have put us on a different career path. And yet here we all are on something brand new that is, it doesn't care what background we have. We're in a prime opportunity to take advantage. Those who want to be creative and build and put things together, great. Put the hours in, go in and do the training and explore that creativity, explore your ideas, see where it can go, work with our team to unpack certain new opportunities. For those of you who just want to break out into new financial frontiers, this has been mind-blowing. And I think that that's been one of the big differences. I've so enjoyed this with you and the 2 courses I've done like this before, because we, as you can see firsthand at the company, are not only beyond passionate about this, we don't only believe in it because we're doing it every day. It's not something that is an idea. It's not something that we're talking about in theory how it could work. We are in those meetings. We are seeing those results. We're seeing those uptakes by clients. And although we've had such great fun in so many different industries and explored so many different opportunities, we just got more and more honed into things that we started enjoying, things that we wanted to unpack, things that we wanted to specialize in and take to the next level. And for you, all of you on the course, you can either go down industries with us, or you can just work with us and try explore your own industries. And if we've done certain things like that, we've got the templates, we can point you in the right direction. A lot of that comes out of today as we unpack what worked for us, what more importantly, what didn't work for us, and how we got it wrong and where we had to make changes. Those are things that really, I think, just really differentiate what this is all about. So let's just quickly reiterate and just go through some of the things from yesterday. I just thoroughly enjoyed for a lot of you how you just saw a change and where things could go. And that's why I went to, particularly for today, because you're going to be needing it in about 2 hours from now, when we do actually not 2 hours, even an hour from now, when we do our first breakout and we get you to understand how to apply it into different industries. I want to quickly start and reiterate the 5 methodologies to building a good meta place. Number one is the objective. And you would have seen that so proficiently yesterday when when you saw some of those demonstrations, you saw some of the industry examples. The ones that were aligned closely to the objective were far more effective. They resonated a lot more. You could see how they could solve fundamental problems in those industries. And you could see the ones that got distracted by too much about the frame of reference, which is point number two, how important frame of reference is to expedite your end user's journey, so they know quickly what it is, they know quickly how to use your meta place, but to do so in a way that still makes it fun and exciting. Again, we saw on the Walmart example how their digital twinning was just too carbon copy, too Siamese twin, and it doesn't work when you do that with real life. It just doesn't translate. And we saw how quickly for all of us it just became boring, like that museum example. So thirdly, how you saw some examples where you saw the multiplayer experience, but you very quickly saw the drawbacks of that. How often you have to maybe have a character when there's multiple people so they can have things out. And I'm not a big fan of that, to be quite frank. I know for the younger generation, that could be an opportunity we can unpack as time goes on. I know because they understand Fortnite, they understand seeing a character moving forward. But I think for people, I think where businesses currently, the mindset of a first person view, mindset where you're seeing it firsthand, gives it far better realism, gives it far better ability for people to take in and work with. And I think those things are big wins. And yet that doesn't mean that you can't include people. As we saw firsthand yesterday, how often you could plug in a third-party tool and bring it in and leverage and give that experience. That was massive. Number four was the imagine if I could, and just being able to just go in and put yourself as a superhero. What if in my industry, what could I do that could just be explosive? What could I do that could just challenge the boundaries of what it is that this property or this experience or this meta place is doing? And we saw that in medical. We saw that in tourism. We saw that in events. We saw these things that were just extraordinary. And I always go back to that scene in Fox Sports at the Super Bowl as that presenters is walking down, the snow's falling around, and there's that little cart clearing out the snow in front. And it just made it more entertaining, made that content more extraordinary, brought it to life, and just made all of us smile, going, that's pretty cool, that's pretty clever. All those virtual offices that lady was walking around, and here you saw these beautiful property developments, this incredible exhibition that she was at, and yet actually she was just standing with a bit of a green screen behind her. So those are the how to build, and again, I'll touch on that a little bit later before we go into the workshop. The why now, and I can sure so many of you can see why this is so pertinent now, the ultra realism and how it allow businesses and end users to relate to it better. How the ability to stream the software directly to an end user and giving them that instant access makes this incredible because it brings that mass accessibility. The fact that you can drag and drop existing tools to enhance companies' investments in software. So yes, in many places we'd like to go in and say, listen, this is rubbish, we can replace it all. But that doesn't resonate with companies. You want to be able to enhance what they have, take them on the journey, and over time, things that are redundant, they will see themselves and they'll start moving it out. And this will become more and more predominant for them. But to arrive up front and say, I'm going to take what you have and I'm going to make it better is a quick aspect. And we'll cover that when we get to the sales later. It just resonates a lot better. The fourth thing of the fact of how the AI is coming together, how so much of this can be expedited utilizing AI, scanning items in, so not having to build from scratch, and we'll cover some of those a little bit later, and how this is ushering in Web 3.0. And then the last thing, obviously, the ability to build without coding cracks us right open. Again, you've heard these very humble stories of very day-to-day normal people. And yes, they've applied themselves. Yes, they've put in the hours to get to where they are. But the point is, it wasn't something that was difficult. It wasn't something that was overly intimidating. It was something that made a lot of logical sense. And that barrier to entry, again, has opened it up So not just for us to support you in your business endeavors, help you get this going, help you help us explode into new industries. But again, for those of you who wanting those work from home capabilities, earning in dollars, being around the family, choosing your own hours to work, all of these assist in that process. So I would just like to do a quick poll with you guys, and just for interest sake, it'll be fun for all of us to see what industries most excited you about the meta space and where it can break into. And you can choose two. We've allowed you to have two options today because, you know, in some cases you want to chase your passion, other cases you want to chase the finances. And I'd really love to see from all of you. Our team are going to quickly put out a live poll. We're going to put into one of our PowerPoint slides here. And I'd like to see firsthand which industries resonated, which excited you, and let's see how those are starting to look. Prashant, you can go full screen for me so I can get a better view on these, if you don't mind. I'll just switch to my laptop to see it firsthand. Okay, so training has definitely jumped out at a lot of you. Retail, tourism, and others all coming in the same. FMCG also up there. Geez, I was surprised to see. Okay, some numbers changing around here. Let's carry on going to the side. Others starting to jump in. Gaming, absolutely nowhere. And as you can see, we didn't put property on. We knew a lot of you were going to dive to that. We wanted to see outside of the property offering what jumped out at you. But this is very interesting. So training, a lot of people are really excited about applying this to companies and training. I'm very excited to hear the other. I want to just stop there on a moment there, Prashani. What is interesting about the other is that is where things like the cemetery idea came from. That is things where like the advertising, booking the advertising billboards. That's where the person in the movie industry ideas came from. Because so many of you involved in your own tailored industries that becomes an interesting play and an interesting jump out. And yet in that, I just love to see how many different industries are in there and how dispersed it is. On the first one or two, there were clear front runners. And that's why we decided not to put the property one on, because I know that obviously everyone gets very, very excited on there. And I love, okay, Julie's saying she actually was putting property down. But yes, good to know either which way, because it is, I just wanted to see, it's interesting to me that where people see the opportunities, because you know your own industries, you know challenges that come up. And that is why the workshop this morning is so pertinent and so important, because it allows us to be able to help you apply and get those ideas going and bounce around with our team what we can do. And yeah, just gets you an interesting starting point from here. So let's dive in and talk about today and what the agenda is looking like. Again, really action-packed agenda and taking you down completely different avenues than you did before. So let's pull up the agenda over here and get this all going. So first thing on the cards this morning is we're going to be diving into ticket 4. Not a long ticket. I just want to put on your radar the various ways that you can charge utilizing online tools. So there's 2 distinctive choices you make up front. And once you've made those choices, you then have a multiple different revenue streams within those choices. And sometimes you can work with a combination of them. But it's a very good one to unpack, because not everyone has all these other points of reference down. And it's just something that I like to explore. Won't be too long on that. From there, I want to touch on AI, and we're not going to deep dive on it too much. I just want to go enough for you to, again, start understanding when you watch the odd YouTube video on how AI can be used, when you see how it's being deployed in different industries. I want to bring that home and explain it in a way that you can see firsthand how we as a business are using it, and how every one of us should be adopting AI without it going down a rabbit hole of becoming an AI specialist. I think that there is so much power right now in being a generalist on it and knowing how to leverage it, knowing which ones to use and when to use that. So I'll be touching on that very quickly. From there, that'll get us about an hour into where we are from now. I will take a quick little break for you to get your second cup of morning coffee going. And then we're going to dive into a group workshop. in that workshop, I really want for each of you to, we're going to put you in small groups. You're going to work with each other just to help get your ideation going. And I want you to pick an industry that you would want to apply metaverse. I want you to come up with a monetization strategy. I want you to talk through some of the challenges that you'd be trying to solve. And that is why on day 2, I wanted to cover things like that, the tugboat, the advertising, billboard selection, things like the cemetery, because again, you can see real life applications. We would have never come up with ideas like that. And we want to get those ideas with you. We do help you in that, and we'll jump around. And then for those of you feeling a little brave and want to put yourself out there, you can just do a little presentation back to us, 5 minutes, just talking through your idea. Nothing overly scary, just something that we want to be able to get your idea and ask questions about how you want to look and applying that. And we then have a bonus speaker popping in just to come say hi and chat and go through some of their excitement about the space and why they are really amped about it. They're going to have a quick lunch break. And from there, we dive into the real golden ticket. And that is us opening our book to tell you what has worked for us, what hasn't worked, to go through our journey. We're going to talk about what we got right, what we got wrong, things that we would have changed, how we built our model, where we made money in various industries. And we literally open up every metaverse solution that we've built. I give you the dollar value of what we charged, the retainer value when it was retainer. We show you those in different industries. And then I bring that back, and you can see why, having been tremendously successful over the last 2 years in these various industries, why we chose to focus on property as the primary. Not saying the other ones don't happen at all, they actually do, and they happen regularly. But as I said to you, property just became a clear front runner in terms of the numbers. For those of you who haven't had a chance to give feedback, I see my slides are overly enthusiastic here. There is the surveys from day 1 and day 2. I loved the comments and the volume of comments that you guys gave. For those of you who hadn't had a chance, we really do appreciate those. So if you can just grab a quick scan of those, you can open it in one tab, come back and do it a little bit later if need be. But just to all of you have done, because there's been stack loads of comments there, thanks for the depth of it. And most importantly, I just loved the excitement. I think that really resonated from doctors across Europe and America, just raving about what they were seeing and how it could be used, and excited about it in industries that are non-medical. Thought that was interesting. And then how many of you really started unpacking what you like, where you saw opportunities and what stuck out to you. And I'm glad that the content has done that for you. And I'm glad that the content has taken you on this journey and done it in a way that it didn't feel intimidating, because that's the big challenge with tech. I think a lot of people get overly technical. And I think one of the things that we really strive to do is that I've never written a line of code in my life. As I spoke to you on day 1, I come from selling stuff on the side of the road. I come eventually to having a print magazine and an events background, and it was very non-technical. And I think that as a result, our whole approach to technology has been very innovative, very keeping it simple, and ensuring that we made other people do the heavy lifting, and we could utilize their tools, their plugins in a way that made us substantial, that saved us millions of dollars in development and let us get to the market very quickly, and allowed us to remain relevant because we could chop and change. A payment portal that was dominating today could literally be dragged and taken out, and a better one that's dominating tomorrow can be plugged in. And a lot of that future proofing you're going to see as we go through all of this. But enough of that. Let's dive in to the first ticket, get our morning off to a killer start, and see where we are at. And first thing I want to dive into is that when we go into e-commerce, and when we go into the revenue model, you have 2 clear choices you've got to make. The choice comes on who is going to pay. Are you charging the client, or are you charging the end user? And it is a monumental difference in where you're going to monetize and how you're going to monetize. Now, in our own personal business, the bulk of our experience has been how to charge a client. I understand the boardroom, I understand working with small businesses because we've been a small business. I understand working with middle-sized businesses, we've been that. And I understand working with big businesses because that's who we sell to all the time. So the selling to a client comes with its own drawbacks, its own strategies, and its own ways to unpack. But on the other side, selling to a user, a lot of you in some of the industries that I've seen that you are from may have a lot more experience in selling to someone on an online platform, selling to the end user directly. And as a result, I wanted to make sure that we had covered both of those. And a lot of these may feel quite elementary, but once you've seen how many of them there are, because there's about 10 or 15 in the client side, and quite a few of that in charging the end users side. And I think the idea over here is not to look at one, but to see how you can charge a combination of them. And when you see things and reply back to some of the other industries we've been involved in, and to the examples I've given you in property, you'll see how we charged and brought in a number of these, and how you can see that that in itself was a bit of a breakthrough in our own space. So, first one, charging an upfront fee. And what makes this phenomenal is this gives you cash flow. It de-risks working with a client, because you want to go in there. You can means that if you land a deal this month, that money is going to be in your account this month. It puts your own earnings. It takes the cash flow constraints out, and it allows you very quickly to grow and monetize your business. These are things like when we charge people for a virtual event, we get paid up front for that. When we build a solution and we want a 50% deposit before going in, but generally it's a one-time payment. The clients understand the overarching cost of the project, and they'll pay you one time for that, and it allows you to kick off the project and build them something. The second is build it for free and take a percentage. And you will see this a lot in a lot of different industries. So as an example, training, those of you who want to get into training, these first 2 points are upfront, are massive decisions to make. Because you can walk into a client, say we're going to charge you $100,000 to build your training solution, and they can say yes or no. Or you can go in and say, we're going to take your training material, or we're going to take industry related material, because very often health and safety and legal components may be the same. There's certain processes that may have to be followed, ISO standards that may be in place. And you may want to build that as a one size fits all, and then go to a company and charge them on a per user basis or on a per month basis, but utilizing, you built it for free, and then you take a percentage. Now already you can see we haven't even gone deep into this, and you can see how we applied both of those to the property game. We charged them an upfront fee to get money in, to allow us to expand, to allow us to grow, and to ensure that we knew that developer was taking it seriously. But on the other side, we made that monthly fee, we made that once-off fee low enough that it didn't scare them away. But the real win was in taking a percentage of what it is that we were going to do. And that is also why when it came to building their properties, when they're looking to buy a big project like that 1,000 units in Mexico, they're about to procure that land. And the fact that we can already work with them on it, get involved, show them what it could look like, save them fees on the architects, be part of the planning of it. But having done that under contract, we're building it for free. But the second that contract is signed, we automatically come into that project at a higher percentage than what we'd have traditionally earned. It's a very powerful model, but a very risky model, this number 2, because if you could spend a lot of time building and very little time earning, and it really could put you under cash constraints as we go down. Next one, percentage per transaction, self-explanatory. The idea is every time they use it, every time they click on it, there is a fee charged back to the client. This is very prolific in-game purchases, virtual real estate, and yeah, very, very popular in certain industries. Not one that we've got too much experience on, but I had to be on the list anyway. Cost per user relates back to number 2. Very clearly, you can already see you build it for free and then charge a fee, and you can charge a fee on a per user basis. Very common in training, very common in communication, like online events, training. You might have an event cost for people below 1,000 people, an event cost above 1,000 people, and an event cost above 10,000 people. So cost per user very popular in training programs specifically. Cost per minute becoming more and more popular particularly in the online gaming space and the server space. So virtual reality experiences are also adopting this heavily. And it's not a model that I'd highly recommend because customers get very nervous. Whoever's buying this from you, the client, gets nervous when they can't fully understand how much it's going to cost them. They want a budget. They like the idea of this in the fact that it de-risks it for them. But on the other side, it actually puts a lot more risk on them because if it shoots the lights out and does very well, it is going to cost them a small fortune. A monthly fee, one of my absolute favorites, something that we've been a custodian for years in any business we have done. Monthly fees, what I love about that is it very quickly becomes retainer based and it allows you very quickly to build up income. And we got to the stage where our own business, we can, on the first of the month, we've already paid for the entire cost of the company to run just on the monthly fees that we are charging clients. So any once-off fees, any projects we choose to take on risk, any new earnings that we do are just adding more capital into the business, more income for us to expand, to grow. And in any one of your models, I really would recommend you somehow bring this in, even if it's a nominal amount. Again, like you saw on the property, $750 per month, an inconsequential fee for a lot of the clients we work with. And yet in that though, it builds up because you have 3 or 4 developments this month. Next month you land 3 or 4. Now you've got 6 to 8 developments that are paying you that fee. Fast forward, you're on 20 of those developments. That's $15,000 a month that you are bringing in before you've started your work month. You're still earning things like the once-off fee or the kickoff fee. You're still earning the percentage on the tail end. But this needs to be on every one of you. You can tie it up with the next one. Monthly fee and server fee work very nicely together. So what we generally would do for anything online, clients expect to pay a server fee. And specifically on Meta, it's a no-brainer. It's almost clients automatically just write that off in their mind. And what I like about that is that it allows you guys to be able to have the fact of charging the server fee of $400, $500, $1,000, depending on the industry. Training, you can even push that number higher. And then you go back to the previous one. The server fee is, let's call it $500. And then there's a monthly maintenance fee of $500 to make sure everything's still working, make sure that it stays on. And why this is important to touch on right now is corporate clients have been conditioned to understand this. Why? Because the app and the uptake of mobile phones and applications of mobile phones taught them that. On the one side, they pay for the server to make the app work. But in the other side, every time there is a software update from Apple, every time there's a software update on Android, those apps need a small amount of maintenance that have to be done. So you've got the ability to almost separate those charges and get away with a couple of $100 on a server fee and a couple of $100 on a maintenance fee, and yet they could have minimal to no workload from you. On the odd occasion, might require an hour or two from you or our teams to quickly pop up or do something, and yet in that, a great ability to just, again, increase those ongoing fees. And on top of that, a maintenance fee becomes very cleverly built in, particularly if I go back to, again, there's a lot of popularity today in training. The fact that they're going to have new training programs, new things coming to fruition that you can automatically say, great, we're going to put $2,000 aside every month. And every time that you send us your every new drop of new training material we'll pick up and just automatically build in for you. So it almost, again, builds on that retainer model. And you'll see that that's quite a strong theme in the space. I really want as many of you 6, 7, and 8, the monthly fee, the server fee, and the maintenance fee have to almost be built in on any level for you guys to be able to capitalize as best as you can on those ongoing incomes. Then take it down a completely different layer, and that is around the end user and how the end user lands up being charged. Again, upfront, a model that we're not that familiar with. Any of you who have kids who play Fortnite or online gaming, you will know this all too well. You know, the purchases of skins, the little upgrades that way want. I can see adults across the chat here probably smiling for themselves, going, "Yeah, we know this model all too well because we're the victims of this model." But obviously, the first and most normal one that we all are exposed to on a day-to-day basis is direct purchases. You use the metaverse, you upload products from an e-commerce site in, and you get a percentage of those fees in terms of charging the client. And it's really selling your product directly, utilizing the meta or utilizing an online tool to the end user. Microtransactions. These are incremental transactions that take place on an ongoing basis. They're very, very small. You're not selling someone anything big, but every time they do something, there's a little transaction. So let's just make this a little bit more applicable. And I'll bring it back to something that we've spoken about and then take it left field from there. You're walking in a property development. So we're doing a normal online property, which you've seen a lot of. But you can walk up to an item like this vase in there, and if I click on that item, it automatically pulls in the store that item can be sold by, and I can automatically there and then buy that item and get it, even though I'm inside a different world. So you've got the ability within an environment to create a lot of little upgrades, a lot of different little microtransactions. And this is big within the gaming space, cosmetic items, power-ups, in-game currency. Subscription models, people pay a monthly fee to have access to what it is that you've put together. Again, this very powerful in online exhibitions, very powerful where your content is going to keep them at the forefront of certain things. So those of you who have put a lot of comments around medical CPD training, those who put a lot of comments around pension funds and the legal sides of dealing with some of those, a subscription model in this is huge. The fact that you can have a space that they can come in, see the changes, understand the changes, see those in an environment that's fit for purpose, so they understand the space and how it operates. All of that very interesting to apply in this space. And last couple over here, pay per use. Every time the person comes on, you charge them. Very flexible in terms of the pricing model, utilized in multiple different industries. You've got the freemium model. You use it for free for a period of time, and then after that period of time, you start being paid for that. This is going to become massive because of where online gaming has gone. So the whole point of software streaming and why software streaming has become such a big thing right now is the big gaming guys realized that they were losing too many users to mobile gaming. So PlayStation, Xbox, all of these guys, where you had to spend sometimes $50, $100 to buy a game, they realized very quickly that people could go on a mobile phone, they could play a game on a mobile phone for free, and at some point that game said, great, now that you've been on it a couple of hours, we're going to start charging. And that is the whole point of where pixel streaming and software streaming has come in. They want the freemium model, get someone playing Fortnite, get them playing Assassin's Creed, get them playing it. And then an hour into it, now that they're addicted, now that they've joined it, and now that they didn't have to go ask mom or dad for money, now that they're into it, they go to mom and dad, so they're playing this game, and now can they please buy it? And it then has a hourly or weekly or monthly charge that comes in. And these have proven online, particularly again in the gaming space, to become some of the biggest models in the world. Fortnite, the big streaming services, those are the guys that have really made a lot of money on this, getting people hooked and then are getting to the stage of charging. In-app purchases, again, you could create a retail store. And just as an interesting idea, for those who've been on the Rethink Academy and you're selling products for other people, what's interesting about this is you could build your own virtual store, like we saw, pay the $3,500, use the store template, and you could go take other people's products and sites, pull those in to your site and charge a fee or charge an element for that transaction, even though you don't have any of the back end. You're just visualizing it and showing it better. And then on top of that, you can have those brands advertising with you, their banners, their product placement in that. And I do think that this is going to be quite interesting in terms of playing some of the in-app advertising in the meta space. Because if I go back to that property example again, literally product placement of certain brands creates an entire different revenue stream of where you can go and what it is that you can do. Going down a little further here, virtual goods and NFTs. I'm not going to cover this too long. I'm not a big fan of this. I still don't quite buy into the mantra of it. An NFT, just to touch on again, it's when you give something not just ownership, but you say this was the original. So we can all have the exact same picture online, but one of those can be placed a certain value because that was the original online image. And the whole idea is that this is something that is going to take off. It was quite trendy 4 years ago. As far as I'm concerned, it has died a big death, but you still see brands pushing NFTs, and you still see brands pushing virtual goods. And I think it's going to be an interesting space with AI coming in on where that ownership actually resides, because so many images can be generated and so much beautiful art can be generated now that it's not something I'm going to overly speak on or cover much on. Auction and bidding systems, phenomenally interesting, bringing this into the online space. Utilizing the excitement, sights and sounds, the feel that comes along with the meta places, and the fact that there's far more immersion for people. I think the auction and bidding systems really do hold something interesting, because you can show a classic car looking extraordinary. You can literally bring it in, take a video of it with your phone, and scan it in a way that it is absolutely off the charts in terms of the experience. And then you can give the sounds of how the car sounds. You can see the oldness of some of the leathers that is coming through. I think that there's a very interesting space for those of you wanting to explore something a little bit different, but auctions and bidding systems lend themselves massively to trying to do something a little bit different. Obviously, cryptocurrency payments, just another way to pay online, and digital currencies are becoming bigger and bigger, only because of the fact of the speed of the transaction. If I wanted to send money to someone in another country, if I went through the banks and using Swift codes, it is a hugely difficult process. And even once I've done it, it might take them a day or 2 or 3 to get the money. Alternatively, I could land up saying to someone online now, Labella who's jumped on now, and I could literally say, hey, Labella, send me your wallet, and within seconds, I can have that money in their account wherever they are in the world. And cryptocurrency is going to become more and more predominant in this online virtual space. Crowdfunding and donations, huge still. You want to be able to use the idea of doing something freemium or building something for free, but then allowing everyone to get a piece of the action. Very interesting concept. And you can apply this to any industry. The fact that people can get in $5, $10, $40 and be part of a project, particularly with Meta and bringing ultra realism in. I think a lot of you who are working with us, and a lot of you who getting into the space to do something unusual, this could be an immensely exciting play. We haven't got any experience in it ourselves, but I definitely think for some of you might be something to go, ooh, I would love to try something like that. Or I would love to be able to bring in fractional ownership, crowdfunding into a project like this. And massive opportunities, I think, that can be unpacked here, and definitely something worth a bigger discussion on. Bundling and discounts. Those of you who've been on online events, this is something that you're very familiar with. But the idea is that you can pay one price for one thing, or you can discount it and give everyone a bigger deal for getting many things. We've still used this quite a bit in the property space. When a developer gives us one development, we charge them one amount. But if they then give us 2 or 3 additional developments as part of getting the first development, we bundle it together and say, great. And we bring all the prices down ever so slightly, because we're getting 3 times the projects, and we're kicking off and bringing their branding, their favorite textures in, and we're doing it once, and we're not doing it multiple times from there. It's changing some views here. And to bring that all back together, just in terms of the summation, in one place, there on the client side, you can see it all. And you can see, particularly if you pay attention to some of these, you'll see how often when we get to ticket 5 today, we've not only used 1 or 2 of these, but we started using as many of these as we can. No matter what, we charge a monthly fee, a server fee, and a maintenance fee. That's bare basics, because every month allows us to grow as a business and allows us to generate more income. But you never get as much money as or from anything else as a big upfront fee. The fact that you can get on a major project $100,000, $180,000 for a big build, and then still get a little bit of a stipend for a monthly fee, a server fee, and a maintenance is a great, lovely balancing act between the two. But I think that on certain industries, build it for free or a percentage per transaction is a massive one as well, as you would have seen how we brought those in the property side. Going to summating the user side, again, a lot of different ways you can do it. The ones that I said to you that really jump out to me, I think crowdfunding, very exciting. Auction and bidding systems, very exciting. Just because, again, the industries we play in, with a lot more experience on those. Some of you might be in the advertising and marketing game, so in-app advertising would make a lot of sense to you. Things like freemium models may make a lot of sense to you. So not just a way that we just wanted to put these all in one space and see if there was any questions on any of these. So before I go in a little bit further and touch on some of the AI stuff, do we have any questions specifically relating to monetization strategies? I think they're pretty self-explanatory. I think that you've got to be quite tactical on them and decide which ones could work for your own idea, which is why we want to see you bringing these in later on today inside the workshop, so that we can see how you are utilizing these and how you want to bring these in. But I'll give a second or two. Certain it's not going to be too many questions on these because they're pretty self-explanatory. So I'll see if anything pops up in a moment. And cool, sitting over here. A question. Oh, it's popped in on the other side. No problems. A funnel. Very interesting. So the question is that popped in. If not at all. With most of these examples, a funnel could be introduced along it, utilizing a funnel. Yeah, phenomenal idea. Absolutely. A funnel on any type of model like this would be important. And in many ways, to your point, you bring a lot of people at the top, see where it goes down, and have different layers for them as it goes down. So yeah, good, lovely point that was made there. So let's talk about AI and how AI it can be adopted within the business. I'm going to talk about 10 minutes on this before we're going to have a break. So a little bit longer till you get your coffee break, and then we can dive into our workshop. But with obviously, there's a lot of hype around AI, and everyone talking about AI this and AI that. But again, we really want to find ways that make it practical and ways that allow it to change your business and how you do things. And we utilized it quite early on, when I'd get up and talk on a stage somewhere and we'd meet all these people, and then our own team would have to try service these individuals and how best to do so. We wanted to do so in a way that people could get answers quickly, get the case studies that they needed. So if they couldn't get hold of us within the hour or two that they needed, often they may be, oh, geez, I'd love to have a case study. I want a quick email out, or someone's asked me a question and I want to know how to deal with it. And we wanted to build something that allowed people to get the answers very, very quickly. So we have gone down our own major adoption of AI. We've actually created our own AI department within the business that is really utilizing it in a way to accentuate what we are doing on a day-to-day basis. So I think, firstly, people who are wanting to dive into AI and make it a business, great. And it's a very exciting space to play. But I think it's going to be very niche, and I think it's going to be it's not going to be something that, AI in itself as a product, you're going to be competing with lots of different people in that, and it's going to be something that a lot of big companies aren't going to work with a smaller agency to do. They're going to be working with the PwCs, the McKinseys, those type of companies. I think where the real opportunity on AI is that when you've got a product or an idea or you're involved in a certain industry and you leverage AI to promote that product, to make your offering more, to make your own businesses explode more. We are on, there's a big bet going down in Silicon Valley right now on when we're going to see the first $1 billion company that is only made up of a single human being. And those answers are somewhere between 18 months from now to 4 or 5 years from now. They're not any further than that. But to have a company that traditionally be a $1 billion company, you might have 10, 20, 30,000 employees. And there are literally bets happening right now that there's going to be a scenario where a one-person company can reach that type of a number because of AI. And that is the way that I think AI is best looked at and best adopted. How can we utilize it to do what we do, but just do it a lot better? So we've gone down the way to say, how can we be more efficient utilizing it? We wanted to build something that could help our agency network grow faster, get a lot more assistance, and even developers. Maybe I know someone put in a comment yesterday saying, how awesome could it be that if you could have a Meta agent literally helping out, answering questions, not being pushy, not being overly hard to deal with, and yet you could get all the answers you needed from a trained AI on anything to do with the development, accessing the paperwork, accessing the loan repayments, accessing everything that you need to immediately transact. And I thought that was a phenomenal idea that someone put in the feedback yesterday. So the first thing that we did as a business and the journey we've gone down is we have taken an individual AI agent that is not specific to anyone. It's not Chat or DeepSeek. It's just a standard untrained agent, a normal learning model that we can give information into. And what we did is we loaded up every PDF, every video, every proposal we've ever done, every email that we did, when we lost accounts, why they didn't work out, everything we loaded into a single chatbot. And we taught that and said, this is what the product that we have, and this is everything about our company. And camera 2 and put the sound up over there. Can you give me a quick feedback? Are you still hearing me perfectly there? Perfect, thank you. So going back to just jumping back over there on how we see it and how it plays out, is that the win in this over here is to apply it to a business in such a way that you teach it everything you need to know about what you do. And then what you do is you create specialist agents on top of that. So we went out, taught it about our emails, got it working with our proposals, and then we went out and created a social media agent. And we created a graphic design agent. And we created one that picks up all of our emails. And its only job is to reply to the emails, put together our proposals in a way that we can literally put up and have a quick look at it. Video editing, project management. So the AI took on the roles of people in our business that work on a day-to-day basis. And then what it ended up doing is that it freed up 80, 90% of their time so that what they can do more efficiently and focus more on. And it lands up doing the grudge work, the heavy lifting for us. And all they'll end up doing is they apply their expertise, their creativity, their design eye to the end result, tweak it a little, and get out. So where we see it playing out is that those of you wanting social media strategies, no problem. We pop it in, it draws one up, it takes into account our product. It takes into account market research, what is happening, the trends in your given country, where purchases are coming in from. And through that, it puts together your email and the perfect introduction. It puts together social media posts that are in line with the market you're after. Your graphic designer, if I look at our online events, instead of us going and building a brand new online event and trying to design it based on a company's CI, we take their CI, we jump it in, we drag and drop the other event templates that we put together in the past,
and the AI does the heavy lifting for us. When it comes to our emails, we've got it to study each of our tones. It generates from all the 10, 20,000 emails that we've done in the past, and then brings it forward in such a way that it allows us to be able to pull in those outputs. And we just look at the drafts. We say, great, we like it, send, make any tweaks. And then when you're comfortable enough, you can actually get it to do the bulk of that work for you and just automate it all out. And then obviously, this has allowed stakeholders within the business to create their own AI spokespersons. So very often on online events or certain developers that we work with, they don't want to get up on stage. They don't want to promote the development. They're actually quite analytical, quite accounting based, and very project plan and logistics based. And this was something that was really cool. I'll play this little short video for you that will show you how powerful it is, because you can now utilize a learning management system to write your script based on what it is that you want done. You can find an avatar that is indistinguishable from real life. And you can then even create a second avatar saying, look at this video, look at what's happening in the street, and actually create a conversation between two people that in a forum that it looks like they're having a conversation. And this can be a podcast that can literally happen every day on your behalf or on your client's behalf. It can be made to look like those exact people, and yet they haven't done a word on it. They haven't said anything on it. And it is mind-blowing what I'm about to play for you. And one of the last things I want you to look at is look at the hand gestures. Look at the mannerisms of these avatars in the way they speak, particularly when they're both speaking to each other. The little nodding while the one person speaks to each other. How the little intrinsic interpersonal capabilities are there. And even down to how the avatar stutters. Because as presenters, as humans, we don't speak perfectly. And that is something that stood out to me, the fact that they even built in the odd mistake, the iteration, the stuttering, and it was very powerful from that side. So have a little look-see at this.
The team at HeyGen released Avatar 3.0, and I'm not talking about James Cameron's new movie. No, I'm talking about an avatar generator that uses artificial intelligence to essentially control an avatar to say whatever you want. Now, obviously, the avatars aren't 100% past the uncanny valley. I'd say they're about like 97, 98% of the way there, but it's pretty darn close, and the tool is incredibly easy to use. Let's take a look at how to use it. So I'm inside of HeyGen, and to create your video avatar, just click on the video avatar button, click Browse Avatars. It's incredibly easy. And you'll see this library here, and you can see that we have these ones that say new and 4K. And these are the Avatar 3.0 models that you can use. And the cool thing is there's not just forward-facing video, they also have video that faces at an angle, which I think is pretty awesome. And we can just go through here, and you can see there's quite a few options that you can pick from. Like, they actually did a really good job with populating this library with all sorts of different people. Now let's go ahead and select this character here. We'll click Create with AI Studio. And to edit the words that they say, just click on the blue text here and it will pop up a box. So you can, of course, just edit this text here, just like you would in a tool like ElevenLabs, and it will generate the voice. So we can say, this is my voice. Go ahead and play that back.
This is my voice.
So there you go. And you also have the ability to add a recording, so you could record your own voice. Or if you want, you also have the ability to upload audio, which is the feature that we like using the most because it just gives you more control over the audio that goes into your film. So we have our audio uploaded now in HeyGen. You can click Submit, and we can just change this to Test. And the resolution, you can go all the way up to 4K, which is pretty great. It takes a few minutes to generate each video, but honestly, it doesn't take that long. If you're going with the 1080p option, it's usually only going to be maybe 3 to 5 minutes. It's been pretty darn fast. And go ahead and click Submit. Now, before I show you the generation from HeyGen, I want to put a pin in this and go address a different story because I have an interesting experiment for you. The team at Google Notebook LM came out with a tool that allows you to create a professional podcast in just a few mouse clicks. And It's kind of mind-blowing. The quality that you get from the Notebook LM platform is incredible, and the wild thing is, the tool is completely free. All you have to do is click the link below this video, and from the Notebooks page, you just click New Notebook. So it's pretty cool because you can upload all sorts of different assets from PDFs to documents. It really takes a lot of information, and if you upload a website link, it will actually look at the images and charts on that page and synthesize that as well. So it's pretty darn cool. And what I'm going to do, just for a quick example, I'm going to go to copied text. I'm going to paste in the transcript from last week's AI film news here on Curious Refuge and go ahead and click insert. And you can see that in just a few seconds, it synthesizes all of that data, and you can click on any of these buttons and it will create a pretty fantastic outline for you to read. But the section I want to focus on is the audio overview section where it says to hosts. And this is going to create an automatic podcast. So all you have to do is go ahead and click the generate button when you're ready to create the podcast. Now, the podcasts take about 5 to 7 minutes to generate, but the results are truly incredible. Let's listen to a quick snippet.
Whoa. AI film news is just like a runaway train right now. You know, every time I blink, there's something new and groundbreaking dropping.
Yeah, it's wild, isn't it?
Which is why we're diving headfirst into all of it right here, right now. We're taking a deep dive into the latest episode from Curious Refuge. They always seem to be 2 steps ahead of everyone else.
They do. And what I think is particularly fascinating right now is how accessible these tools are becoming. I mean, you don't need a Hollywood budget to play around with this stuff anymore. Yeah.
Absolutely. And case in point, Runway just dropped a huge update to their video-to-video AI, Gen 3, I think it is.
What is that? Like, AI was struggling to describe something, but in an incredibly realistic and human way. Like, now, obviously, it's not perfect. There are some imperfections there, but it's close. And you can imagine that within just a few months, if you like explainer-style podcast, just about anything in your life can be turned into a podcast episode that you can listen to, which sounds a lot like that one Black Mirror episode. And that brings us back to HeyGen. So you probably know where I'm going with this. I took the podcast that was generated with Google's Notebook LM and I separated it into 2 separate audio tracks, one for the female presenter and one for the male presenter. I then generated one video clip with one speaker and the other video clip with the other speaker and put it together to create a video podcast. Let's take a look.
Whoa. AI film news is just like a runaway train right now. You know, every time I blink, there's something new and groundbreaking dropping.
Yeah, it's wild, isn't it?
Which is why we're diving headfirst into all of it right here, right now. We're taking a deep dive into the latest episode from Curious Refuge. They always seem to be 2 steps ahead of everyone else.
They do. And what I think is particularly fascinating right now is how accessible these tools are becoming. I mean, you don't need a Hollywood budget to play around with this stuff anymore. Yeah.
Absolutely. And case in point, Runway just dropped a huge update to their video-to-video AI, Gen 3, I think it is.
And they just sit there with random hand gestures afterwards because the video length was actually longer than the audio length, which is really funny. So as you can see, one of the more awkward parts is the nonverbal communication. It doesn't seem to quite align with what the characters are talking about, but it's very easy to see that with just a few tweaks, a few updates, the uncanny valley will probably be crossed and you could have a video podcast talking about just about anything in your life in just a few seconds.
I found that mind-blowing, the fact that you could literally synthesize people with your own voice, your own look. You know, you can go and upload 24 photos of yourself and you can literally have yourself in any suit, in any outfit, in any position, and it literally is indistinguishable from if you had that shot put together. So you bring that ability now to be able to showcase and utilize AI. You have the ability now to have perfect podcast explanation, marketing tools coming together. And you start bringing those into the world of 3D and the fact that you can interact with people in those environments that are almost indistinguishable from real humans. You could literally go into their property. There can be an agent that you can click on and appear, and you wouldn't know that you're actually speaking to a non-real life human. And that is where we're getting to. We're not only so close to that now, that uncanny valley. And the uncanny valley means that we don't quite know why, but when you look at something, something is off. It's just not real. And you guys are going to face that massively. Those of you who want to build, you'll end up thinking when you build that something is a straight line. If I use something behind me as an example, this looks over here like it's a straight line, but actually it isn't. There is the imperfections of this, the slight change in the curve, the slight difference in the wood behind here. That's actually, it's imperfection that makes something actually realistic. And that is where a lot of the original avatars 3-4 months ago were going wrong. They were too perfect. They spoke with perfect articulation. It's the mistakes they make. It's the reiterations that make them more and more human. And we even now are starting to be approached for big events where clients are like, we don't want to present. We want a version of ourselves or a spokesperson for the company to be able to do it that targets the demographic that we are after, that is relatable to the people that we are after. And this cracks open an entire world for us in online retail stores, in how events land up operating, in how we want to sell and push products, and how we even using our own promoting of properties, our own real estate agents working in that space opens up a very, very exciting one. And yes, Bella, I know that when you asked the question originally, you were wondering, is the actual presenter an avatar? No, it was the two people that were talking at the end. The last bit I want to show as we come together, the use of AI, and not everyone gets this, is the fact that it is the individual. It's not one tool you're using, it's multiple tools. So studio, if we can just go full screen on this, just so we can all see this very, very easily. So what you're looking at in the AI over here is that on the left-hand side, this is, as an example, an AI format to run social media. Every one of those circles are an independent AI that is doing a single job. So the first AI, if this is just talk about a social media post, the first AI is scouring articles, and it gets told, we want articles on Meta within the category of property, and we want to bring in marketing trends, and these are 50 key areas and sources we'd like to use, plus you can plug in 5 of your own. The second AI, the slightly more bluish looking one, that one ends up generating a summation of those and turning it into a script. And that one then pushes that AI into the next one, which breaks that now into a very bite-sized summation of what we wanted to do and pushes it into individual tools. It's one that actually splits it. The top left then says, you're going to take the script and you're going to take it and turn it into an image for Instagram. The next one says you're going to take the script and you're going to use it to put together a 5-second video clip for TikTok. The one below might say you're going to turn this into a 30-second podcast for YouTube. The bottom right might want to send it to LinkedIn. And it will go into those. It will utilize then the one that's going to Instagram, or might push into another AI tool like Midjourney, which takes text and turns it to an image. So the power in AI is not utilizing one to do everything. The power is using the specialized ones in a way that you can put them together, like you saw on those avatars on the side, where he learned use something to write the script, something to make it a 2-people content, something to make the voices work independently and match people, and yet bringing those all together into one overall finished product. So can you make it bigger and get rid of the picture on the right? Yes. Can we actually go full screen on that, please? Prashani, you can remove me completely, just so everyone get a clue of this. But don't worry, I will make sure that we get you this anyway. It is part of the online training, and we show you how to set these up, not just for our business, within your own businesses, because again, as part of those who are becoming agencies, those who are working with us, we want your time to be as efficient as possible. We know some of you have only got 2 hours, 3 hours in a day, and you're wanting to target multiple different clients. This is the type of thing that we're wanting to do and unpack, and we will show you. These are little downloadable templates that we've created that we can pass on to you for you to use not just in our industry, in our methodology space, but you can use them in your own business. Very powerful, very heavy hitting, and the results are massive. And the input of those, which I have seen is not on the slide deck, the input of those is a normal single one-line chat. So any of us have used one of the chats, we use that as the input, and it then goes into our methodology agent, which then goes, okay, cool, now we understand the context. It goes then into the social media one if it's a social media question. It goes into our archives if it's an archive relating to case studies and scours our videos, our PDFs, and our previous success stories. If it's not that and it's looking for a design, well, it goes, okay, great, you're going after an online event. These are the templates that we use. This is the CI branding you've adopted. Great, and it brings it all back. So you've got one point of entry, and yet you're actually using, probably by the time we finish, 200-300 individual AIs behind that to do that. And the best way I'm going to summate this is for one of our biggest online events that we do. We run Vodafone's Global Hackathon every year. 4 years ago, we ran it for one country. Then it became 2 countries, 3 countries, and it has now grown to 8 countries in Africa and 22 countries in Europe. So it is staggeringly big. And what they like to do is, as people come into the online event, they want a 3D world that sets the tone, tells a story, gets people excited about the environment, shows them which countries this is part of, and sets the hype as they go in and arrive in the world that we have created. Now, traditionally, to do these videos required to create these models, required 1 or 2 team members. And because there's a lot of CI involved, because there's a lot of there's a lot of avatars that we need people to look, and meta-humans that we need to make look very realistic. And because there is a story that needs to be told, that from the time they arrive to the time they get somewhere, these would traditionally take us 3, sometimes 6 weeks. And it required 1 or 2 quite specialized individuals. The video we're about to play you has taken about 5 days of one of our team members doing 2 hours here, 3 hours there. They haven't touched any form of modeling. All they have done is they've written certain prompts for our AI generators. It has done all the heavy lifting for us. And not a single drop of modeling has been done here, and not a single drop of work beyond prompting it what to do. And this is the outcome. And again, this is very under wraps. It's an NDA that we're under for this. We only launch this, I think, on the 12th or 13th of February. As these countries see, this is the African launch video. There's one for Europe. But look down to the intricacies of this modeling and how we built it. I want you to notice how the 8 countries have been plastered into the model. One lady's got earrings from Ghana. Someone's got a little buff from South Africa. Someone's got a face tattoo or a little sticker that's on their face. Every one of these, normally this was built all in modeling, would have taken us ages, and yet this was built in literally a few days with a couple of hours here and there, and all of this generated by our AI tools. mind blowing. Again, the detail, the security guard in front of the rails. I joked with the team when they showed this to me on early Friday morning before we got started with you guys on training. It's the first time they'd unveiled what was happening in the background. I said the only thing that I actually thought was that I knew must be from a real video was that little clip of the sun and the clouds moving. It was. I said that must have been real, and everything else I'm not sure on. And it was fascinating how realistic AI generation tools, how good that modeling is, and that is the type of output. Again, you guys saw where we were at when we were building the Baxter 3D solutions 2 years ago, and how we got better and better and better at bringing these real life outputs. You've seen some of the developments that we did 6, 8, 10 months ago. Again, how the realism got better and better and better. That is the standard that we're now operating at. And yet in that, it is the least amount of work that we've had to put together. And it just gets mind-blowingly exciting. And thank you for that, Labella. It is mind-blowing. It is exciting. It is extraordinary. And that allowed our team to free up hours to do other elements, to work on other projects. And that is the use of AI. For me, that is where it gets exciting. For a company like ours, who wants to grow by 200, 300, 400 people over the next 12 months, we're wanting to become a major player in the US space and the European space. We are going aggressively after that. We've just opened up offices in the last 6 months in Chicago, Texas, Miami. We're setting up offices across Europe to make sure that we've got people and boots on the ground to get to where we need them to. In a world that everything can be run online, we still want the strong, every now and then face-to-face, when a deal's being signed, someone can meet clients and maybe wine and dine. But that is the road that we are on. And yet to mobilize that force with this type of support system, with this type of excitement, with these type of tools that allow the 3 hours or 5 hours or 10 hours someone can give in a day, a week, or a month to be explosive and to get the type of research done, the results. We really want to have people like you guys who now partners to say, listen, we're looking for agents. We're looking for real estate agencies or big developments that are going up in the southern Tennessee area or just south of Ireland. And it literally, you can pop it in, it does the research, it gives you, based on criteria, based on things that you've asked it to do, based on certain outcomes, gives you that list of people, can help generate those scripts, can use some of the marketing videos we have, and to do so in a way that your time can be used more preciously. Very exciting, definitely something that we're going to be coming back to over and over as we move along on this journey. And for all of us, we need to be using AI to enhance our outputs and get more done. With that said, it brings us up to a quick 10-minute break. You've all got 10 minutes to go grab a strong cup of coffee, because we're going to need your personalities, your A game, your brains, because we're coming back in 10 minutes from now. We're going to put a Zoom link in the chat that we are all going to move. We're going to move off this platform for a moment into a normal Zoom link. I wanted something that was quite easy for you guys and very useful. Traditionally, we've got a little networking tool, but I didn't want you to be able to jump across tables and move to where you wanted to go. I wanted a lot more control on where I wanted to send you. 10 minutes, we're back. We're going to put that link on. We're all going to meet back here, back in Zoom. We'll start here for 30 seconds. We're going to put the link. We move to Zoom, and we're going to put you into breakouts, and I'm going to give you the workshop. Chat back in 10 minutes. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy.
how we revolutionized.
Okay, welcome back, and hope you got that second cup of coffee, because I said it's definitely going to be something that you're going to be requiring now. Really excited to see some of your own ideas and some of these things to start coming together. Just addressing some of the questions that have come up over this morning. The property pack, some of you have asked about it. The ones who needed it yesterday, some of you, I know you had meetings with colleagues or partners that you wanted to meet to discuss becoming a partner. We did send it out to those individuals. Surely we will make sure that we get it out to you regardless of. So I'll make sure that everyone online has had that sent to them in the next few hours, just so you've got all of that. And you'll be getting your training portal access from tomorrow, that you guys can get into the training portal, see what it's all about, and see how the build component comes together. But for now, the purpose of this session, it's only an hour. For those of you who don't want to have your cameras on, that's fine. It's really just to help you ideate your ideas, to find an industry, to try apply a little bit of the things that we've discussed. The, how to build and the 5 principles of what to build, the way to monetize, to identify a solution inside the metaverse. So the sections that I'd like you to try do, and we don't want to spend, I want to give you guys about 30 minutes to do this, because it's just high level. It's just to get your brain juices going a little bit. The idea is that you pick an industry. It might be something you're comfortable with, might be something you're not comfortable with. But amongst the group of you, you guys choose an industry. Within that, you define your offering. What makes this awesome? What makes this more than just a digital twin? How do you use Imagine If I Could? If you were a superhero, what elements you would bring to this? And what industry-related problem would this solve? Given the fact of people being able to easily access it, the ability to scan environments, bring them to life. And I would like to then, outside of that, understand your revenue stream. So how would you charge? What are the areas that you lean towards? And what we're going to do, for those of you who want to, at the end of the 30 minutes, you're going to give us that feedback. You're going to talk through your general idea. We'll do that for about 3 to 5 minutes per group. So we just get a sense of your overarching ideas so that we are in a position to comment on it amongst each other, to see how it could be applied to businesses, to see how we could potentially adapt or add aspects to it. What is interesting is this exercise in the previous 2 courses has literally birthed solutions like that graveyard, the solution, the tugboat solution, the advertising, phenomenal business plans that came out of it that have already and started being implemented amongst the team. So we're going to all move over to Zoom for this. You'll be seeing a link that is popping up inside the chat, and the team will put it out in multiple places so it's easy to find. If I could ask that you just jump across to that Zoom meeting. We will be back here in an hour. So we aren't leaving. We will come back. You can close it for now. We will be back on this platform in an hour from now to carry on the day. I just want to be able to interact and be a little bit more communal with you, that we can chat and converse easily. So we're going to jump across to that. Thanks. We'll see you there in the next minute or so, and I'll break you into groups. I'll pop the workshop slide on once more, and we'll kick off from there. See you in a moment.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. It was so great in that workshop to actually meet some of you and hear some of your ideas, and to just see, again, when we saw that poll this morning and saw how diverse your interests were and how many different opportunities that you got to see. Yeah, it was spectacular. Loved, again, some of the ideation. Definitely some good ideas that we can work and play out over there. But you could also see how difficult it can be if I use that university example that we saw, and how sometimes you've got to land up getting down to the crux of what the challenge is and what the objective is. Is the objective to use the building, or is the objective to get more students to the university? And both of those opportunities go down totally different solutions and create totally different secondary plays in terms of what they can be. But with no further ado, we have got a special guest who has availed himself and managed to free up a little bit of his time on a Sunday to pop in. He has had such passion for what we're doing in the meta space and the breakthroughs that we are making, and been such a foundational and inspirational component to why we're even running these courses at all. It is none other than Paul Mahoney from Rethink Academy. And Paul, thanks for making some time to jump in today. Absolutely spectacular. It's been such a journey with you. It's been so exciting. You inviting your students, people who've been part of your courses, to come in and hear and get another opportunity like this, and to learn about something that is so different to what they would have experienced, has been great. And that's been what the comments have been like, Paul, the last 2 days. Look, like, wow, I never expected this. I never thought it could be used like this. It's so much more than what I ever anticipated.
Yeah, well, can you hear me okay, Mike?
Perfectly, thank you.
Okay, so firstly, everybody in the chat, do you mind giving a huge thank you to Mike, Laurie, and all the team over the past couple of days, because it's been amazing, right? It's been absolutely amazing to see what is possible for you as you sit at home on a Sunday morning. By the way, those of you that are dialing in from the US, a very special thank you and congrats to you being up at 5 a.m. up to 3 a.m., right? Because that just shows the dedication of some people. But let me see.
And Paul, I've just got to give you a shout out. Simon just said over here before I hand over, he goes, Paul, are you on your walking machine? That's from old Simon Ward.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Always a good time for a Sunday morning stroll. Can I ask you guys, because you're all in here as a result of being part of the Rethink Academy and you're getting this as a bonus, would you be up for me doing a 30-minute session with you right now? Just let me know in the chat, where I can pull all this together for you in terms of having context, in terms of how it fits with what you do at Rethink, and why I am so excited about this and about you all. Just let me know in the chat there. I need at least 10 of you to say yes. Right. Okay, fantastic. Well, I'm really excited to go through this. So what I'm going to do here is just switch over to my slideshow for a moment. And what I want to share with you here, let me just move into this position. I want to talk to you about why I truly feel right now for you that this is the perfect opportunity at the perfect time for you all. Now, you probably already have a sense of this. You're probably already thinking, by the way, if Mike or Candice or Laurie can take off that tag under me, that would be great. The key here is understanding how this fits with your lifestyle, with exactly what it is that you want to achieve with your business, with your financial goals for 2025. I've asked you on numerous occasions to go through that process, get clear on what you want to achieve in all 7 areas of Rethink: relationships, earnings, TAO, health, investments, networks, and knowledge. So it's not too often that the stars align the way they do. I mean, today, if you even look at the day, it's 222. If you look at the day, February, the first day of the year, it is certainly one of those empowering numbers for those of you that are into that space. And Mike went through yesterday the platinum, gold, and silver packages and offerings that are available. And I just want to give some context to this as to whether this is the right fit for you or not, because the way I'm looking at it already is if you were on the fence, this mightn't even be for you. It's like, this is something that, as far as I'm concerned, is when you see this, you're like, I'm all in. This is exactly what I've been looking for, exactly what I've been waiting for. And for those of you that aren't sure, it's because maybe you're just missing some context around this. And that's what I want to clarify for you all today so that we can understand what we're doing here. So let's just do a quick recap in terms of, if we go back in time to when we first focused on the quiz, and when I spoke to you about that there are different types of online income that suit different types of people, right? Not every type of online business is suitable for everybody. It depends on your personality. So most of you will have, at this point, completed this quiz, and you will have been given an insight into your personality, and then an insight into, based on your personality, what type of online business would best suit you. So the common example that I use here is when most people think of social media or Instagram, they immediately think of the influencer, that you need to be selling your life, online constantly. The idea there of the peacock or Kylie Jenner, the youngest ever self-made billionaire from Kardashian fame, and scares a lot of people away from the internet because they assume that's what it involves. Selling your soul, almost, to a degree, some would say. But as I mentioned, there are so many other different opportunities. There's the provider, the matchmaker, the dealer, the collector, the connector, the architect, and the expert. And when I first spoke with you all, I explained that the ultimate model that I have been teaching now for 16 years is this idea of matchmaking, where you fit yourself between the person with specific problems and the person whose problem, the business whose problem it is to get more marketing, get more sales, to position yourself in the middle, that you're not constantly trying to come up with the new products, come up with the new service, rebrand yourself, reinvent yourself every year, constantly chasing, because it's a very stressful environment. And we all know 96% plus of regular business owners go out of business in the first 5 years because they've chosen to compete in the wrong race. I would say a race they just cannot win without having empty or bottomless pit of money to constantly throw into their business, which of course is not where most of us lie when we begin. So I also explained to you that no matter which of these quiz types you came out as, expert, dealer, connector, matchmaker, provider, that this idea of matchmaking still overlaid on top of them all, that this was still the ultimate way for you to create life-changing income in your life, where your income did not solely rely on a product or service that you created, but that was icing on the cake. It didn't have to be the core thing. Okay, is everybody with me? Just give me a one in the chat if you're all, yeah, fully understand. Okay, great. Okay, so this is why I am so excited to share this with you in terms of what Mike is going through with you, because you're going to have the standard objections from regular people who are going to say things like, well, if it's this great, well, why isn't everybody else doing it, right? We've all taught that before. We've all heard that before at different times, okay? Well, for a number of reasons, you can see why this is a game changer, I hope, right? We talked about this before. Stop comparing yourself with people who are behind you. Go and look at businesses who are far ahead of where you were at. Multi-billion-dollar companies like Uber, the world's largest taxi company that doesn't own a single taxi. Facebook, the world's largest content sharer, right? Meta, as it is now known, hint, hint, right? Doesn't create any content. Alibaba, the world's largest store, doesn't have any inventory. Airbnb, the world's largest accommodation provider, doesn't own any real estate. Booking.com doesn't own any hotels, nor does Expedia.com or Hotels.com. Amazon don't write any books. They sell other people's books. eBay don't create any other products. They sell products that are good products and that people want to buy. Banks don't print money. They take people off money who take money off people who are uncomfortable with it and sell it to people who are very comfortable with taking other people's money and buying new things and continuing to go back to the bank looking for more and more and more. It is literally the multi-billion-dollar industry that's hidden in plain sight. And I'm just going back to remind you of that, just in case you've forgotten that context, because it is so important to, this is what got you hooked in the first place, what got you excited in the first place about having an online business, was that you could see there must be elements for you where matchmaking fits in and you can kind of sit in the background. So then Mike and I, as he's talked about, we've been working on this behind the scenes for years, because the last thing that I would ever do or would want to do is to announce something or launch something before it's ready, before we've actually tested it, we know it works. And like I said, with the workshops that Mike has already done in Pretoria, and I was out in South Africa with him right at the start of the first one, the success stories that we are seeing with this are unrivaled, not just in any program I've seen, I would say in any program I've seen from anybody in the business opportunity space, and I've been in it for 15 years. I have seen nothing like how quickly somebody can go from zero to hero. And by hero, I mean literally being able to create life-changing money off of just 1 or 2 or 3 sales. Like, it is just absolutely incredible how quickly it can happen by using skills that you already have dabbled in. And, you know, I don't say that lightly. Like, I couldn't offer 100K dinners here to students, oh, with your first 100K that you come and have dinner with me, because I would be flat out eating out with my students every night of the week, right? So, because that is a huge bar for people to meet, a huge bar of and sign of success with your online business in any other form. But with this, it just means you've just got started. You've just got going. And that is what's so incredible about this. And for those of you that are on our mentoring programs already, by the way, we're going to take a special care of you as well as part of this. So, but firstly, this is not an invitation for everybody. This is not a free for all. I'm going to start by saying who this is not for, right? And I mean this. Like, this is we are going to be clearly making a delineation between the people that are allowed in and not allowed in here. Firstly, people that are trying to find problems with this where there are none. Right? I have no interest. I'm sorry, but I have no interest in supporting you in this program. If you're already, oh, but what about this? And what about, okay, I don't need that energy. Mike doesn't need that energy, because there is so much opportunity here. The last thing we want are naysayers. It's like, be on board or get bored with doing your own thing. I don't mind. It's not a judgment call on you. It's just you're not the right fit. We are solution oriented. We are doing this at a pace that's going to be much faster than most people will have ever seen before, because the opportunity exists today. It's not for people who do not follow instructions. If you go off doing your own thing, if you think you can do it better than what we suggest, if you're uncoachable, if you do not listen, this is not for you. By the way, it's unlikely that any of you fall into these 2 categories if you're already in Rethink Academy. If you have a sense of entitlement, that once you join, that you just put your hands behind your head and sit back and just say, oh, let's wait for this to happen. No, you got to be willing to put the time in. Not much time. You got to be willing to put the work in, but you have to do it, right? You got to go make it happen, right? I don't want, because the amount of work that has been taken care of by methodology is pretty much 90% plus of this, but you got to do your 10%. Usually it's the other way around. You got to do the 90%. You have to be willing to invest in yourself. If you do not make a financial investment, you will not make an emotional investment. That is a fact. That is an absolute fact. So this is a minimum bar that we are setting, that people that are interested in this actually are not people we're interested in. We're only interested in the people that are committed to this. How do we measure commitment? At a bare minimum, that firstly, you're here on a Sunday morning, check, you've done that. But secondary, that you're going to be investing in yourself here, that you are willing to put your money where your mouth is. That is an important factor, very important factor for us to know that you're serious about this. Not just interested, but you are truly committed. You have to be willing to do the work. I mentioned that earlier. And this one, I'm going to say this already because I saw a little bit of this in the chat. If you're only focused on, how do I make my money back? What's the quickest way for me to make my money back? I do not want you as part of this. Do not want make your money back energy coming to this project. And let me explain why. If you want your money back, keep it, right? Do something else. The last thing we're interested in is somebody that wants to spend $8,997 and worried about getting their money back. You should be focused on making multiples of zeros, of zero zeros, of zero zero zeros of your investment here. This is not, let me do something and hope. You're already gone into scarcity. What if I don't get it back? What? Okay, great. Okay, you are proving to me you do not trust yourself and you know yourself better than me. That's fine. This is not going to be a fit for you because we do not want people who are like, how quickly do I make my money back? No, we are going to be making you multiples of your initial investment over the next number of years. That's the energy you got to be bringing here. It's like I'm making this tiny investment in myself to be able to make life-changing money over this next period of time. That's the energy we want. Excitement, enthusiasm. Let's get this going. Let's make it happen. Right? Not scarcity, not, I did a course in the past and I never made money back, right? That has to be left in the past. If we're going to be moving into, it's just gone turn spring here. If you're going to be moving into the spring energy of this and the excitement and the enthusiasm of it, that's what we want also. Okay. So hopefully you meet all of those criteria, right? And by the way, this is a very good criteria for you also to measure if you're ever thinking about taking on a business partner or somebody helping you with this. Run through this list and go, oh my God, no, 3 of those, they're just not going to listen to. It's a good measure for you. Don't work with that person. It's not going to work out in the long run. You can find always somebody willing and able. Just got to look a little bit harder. Okay. So what I want to do is I truly believe this is the most no-brainer thing we have ever offered within the Rethink Academy for people that are committed to success. And I just want to run through 7 reasons with you quickly here before we go to lunch. Okay, let me know in the chat that you are ready for the no-brainer. Type into the chat, no-brainer, right now. Type into the chat, no-brainer. Okay, great. Firstly, the thing that is easiest for people to spend money on, always, is anything that's fresh, new, and exciting. Just look at what happens every time a new iPhone comes out. People literally queue overnight to get the same phone that they already have with a slightly better operating system or slightly better camera. It is insane, but it is within our DNA. It's not because we necessarily need something. We always want something fresh, new, and exciting. And this is literally at the start of a wave, like Mike has talked about yesterday, that you are, and the day before, that you can take massive advantage of. Because naturally, the moment something is fresh, new, and exciting, it is easier to sell it to people, right? When people are listening to something they've been offered multiple times over and over again, it is a much tougher barrier to climb. So you are at the perfect time. Reason number 2, the size of the pie in question here. Most businesses are fighting for crumbs, let alone slices of pies. They're looking to find just a few people here or there scattered around in a specific area, right? You do not need to worry about that. You are going for world record pie size. The pie is ginormous. And the reason we are focusing on property specifically for you, like no problem, right? You can focus on smaller pies if you wish. But when you're focused on a commission-based business, a percentage-based business, you need immediately to put your CEO hat and think on, well, if I'm running a business that's reliant on percentage commissions, my focus should be on the biggest pie out there, because that will make your business so much faster, thrive so much quicker, because you've got a bigger pie, right? And I know people are like, what about this in the golf industry? What about this in schools? Yes, in 5 years, right? If any of you are thinking like that, it's small-minded thinking. It's okay. I understand why you think that way, but it's so difficult to convince organizations that have shoestring budgets, that everything has to go through the regulation and red tape, right? That is not what you want to be focused on yet. Down the road, absolutely, right? But when the pie has got smaller, right? But in the beginning, go after the biggest possible pie. And that is why Mike and his team have specifically and very smartly gone after, okay, well, let's go for $100 million pies, $200 million pies, up to $1 billion pies, because the money that goes around is a massive win-win for everybody, including the developer, because the savings they make is in the tens of millions of dollars. Reason number 3, you have motivated buyers. You have people that will be literally kicking down the door when they know this exists, when they know this service is available to buy from you, and they have money, right? This is an extremely powerful combination that is so rare to find in business, where you've got people that want to give you their money, right? It's just absolutely incredible. And on top of that, you do not need to make the sale. You do not need to be the expert. You do not need to provide the service to these motivated buyers. You just need to make the connection. Reason number 4, as you build your online business, there is something that will become very obvious to you, as it did for me when I started my business. The value of what's called high ticket. High ticket is a product or a service where you're charging a lot more money. Let's say $10,000, $15,000, $20,000. Game-changing money, right? You can make a sale where you make $10, right? You could, like an Amazon book. And what do you get as the affiliate? You get 50 cents. Now you get 50 cents. If you write a book and you put it on Amazon and you sell it for $10, you probably get $2 for each book that you sell. And there's entire industries out there telling you should write your book and sell your book. And I get it, right? And you're building $2 at a time, right? With every sale, you're getting $2. It feels good. Endorphin effect. Yeah, exciting. Absolutely, right? And when I started, I was promoting products on Twitter, as you guys know, and then we were promoting some of our own products, etc. But when you were promoting high ticket, the speed at which you grow completely shifts. Instead of thinking in coins, you're thinking in notes, right? You were moving at a completely different pace. Think about it. A value of a sale that's $5 versus a value of a sale that's $50,000, right? It's still one sale. In each case, one is a sale, $5 that you make. Second one, it's just one sale, $50,000 that you make. Amount of effort, equivalent, right? So I figured this out the hard way, right? Now, yes, I know I've made like almost 100 million on the internet at this point, but you know, you can be just sitting there wondering, why isn't this taking off? What is the missing piece? And that's why in our mentoring programs, we're showing people how to create higher ticket offers, how they can charge $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 to create something that allows them to take off faster, to see their business explode exponentially, right? But it takes time. They got to go create it. They got to go have their expertise. And that's why it takes us, up to 12 to 15 months to work through with people how to do this, right? So you get to jumpstart on me because I could not do this for 5 to 6 years within my business. That's how long it took me to actually add in high ticket, because I thought I had to create my own. You know why? Because something like this simply did not exist. The only place I had seen it was in franchises, right? Where if you were going to make big money, you would need like a real estate franchise. You'd need to buy into something like Century 21 or to Remax. And then you got like 1% deal on an individual property, but you had to be going around showing the property. You had to get pass exams. You had to pay for a license and franchise fee every single year, and then go compete with hundreds of thousands of people who were probably more motivated than me and certainly more experienced. You get to jumpstart and straight over that and into high ticket directly, in addition to whatever you were currently doing. No brainer number 5. No more confusion. No more confusion. What I'm going to do is let me just come back to me here for a second, because what I want to do is put these in order, because when we have people that are just finished going through our program, let's say our Rethink Online Income, and they're super excited, right? And for whatever reason, they can't join the mentoring, or they can't afford the mentoring, or it's just not a good fit. This is the classic type of answers that questions, sorry, that we hear on the phone calls when we're talking to our team, or talking to people with Laura or Esteban. Some of you have already chatted to them on numerous occasions. This is the kind of stuff that we hear, right? Things like, I just don't know what to sell. Like, it doesn't matter how many times we go through, just find the best-selling products in your niche. Just go ahead, join the people's list. It doesn't matter how many times I repeat it. Doesn't matter how many times our coaches say it. People get stuck on, but I just don't know what to sell. I just don't know what to sell. You can type in guilty in the chat if that is you. It is unbelievable how that holds people back. Secondly, I don't know what to say to my accountant when I set up my business. You mentioned that I could save all this money every year, but I don't even know what to say to the accountant, because they're saying, well, what does your business do? I don't know what to say, because to be honest, I don't know what I'm selling, right? Type in guilty again if that's something you've heard before. Number 3, I just want to start with something, right? I just want to start with something, right? Just give me something that I can start with. I just want to sell other businesses stuff. This is the number one thing I hear post-workshop when we explain to people in the mentoring program that, look, your next stage is you becoming the expert, you doing the joint venture track, you running an agency. People go, that all sounds fine, but I'm not experienced enough for any of that yet. I just want to sell other people's stuff. And I said, well, then just do the program you've already paid for, because it's all in there, right? Right? Absolutely. Very common. Another one is this one, which is the, can you just tell me what to promote? When people go back into kind of child mode and just want me to be the parent, you say, look, would you just tell me? Because that's what I need to be doing. Like, at this point, I just need to be told, please just tell me what to sell, right? You can type in guilty again if that sounds like you, right? So why is this important? Because I know people that have been doing, and you could probably find yourself, many of you, guilty of this yourselves. You've been getting started with this business for possibly 10 to 15 years, let alone 10 to 15 months. You're moving around the starting blocks, just moving this back a little bit better, nearly ready. Just make a few more adjustments. Just got to clear this out of my schedule. The kids just got to go and get out of primary school into secondary school, into high school. Then they just got to get into college. Then they just got to get out of college. Constantly moving the starting blocks again and again and again, and literally missing out on hundreds of thousands of dollars of revenue because you're the obstacle in the way and you may not have ever realized it. This is what finally gets you started off the blocks. You have absolute clarity. You know what you're promoting. You're part of a winning team. The buyers want it. The sellers want it. It's a perfectly aligned win-win situation for everybody in this scenario. Reason number 6, and I'm nearly done. I've talked about this with you before. It's one of the most attractive parts about an online business is that you can save thousands of pounds, thousands of dollars, thousands of euros, millions of rand per year by just having a legitimate home business that you can run from the internet setup, where you stop feeling pressurized by bills that are constantly coming in. You're surrounded by people that are constantly pressurized by bills coming in. You know at the back of your head that I said something about you should be able to save yourself a fortune, but you just are stuck on those starting blocks. A simple online business, which this is for you, right? No more sob stories. This is the new story. This immediately puts you in a position that you can open your online business. So now what does that mean? You can write off a portion of your electricity bills, your Wi-Fi bills, your phone bills, your laptops, new technology, your kids' laptops and new technology. It's easy for you to squeeze your kids into this business. Have them become your creators. Show them how to set up some social media banners for you. So suddenly they are a write-off against this company. Your home office, your back bedroom now is part of your business. Traveling that you're doing, right? If you're going to the US from South Africa, if you're going to Australia from the UK, if you are going to Croatia from your holiday from Ireland, you can suddenly think, oh, why, when I'm there, why don't I set myself up with a meeting for a property developer, right? Why don't I just literally call to them and pop in a letter in the door, right? That's all you literally need to do while you're going there. And suddenly part of your holiday is a complete write-off because it is a business trip. All of these things that felt like ethereal, Someday I'll be able to do this. Like, oh, wow, imagine being able to someday go on holidays and my business pay for it. Why don't you, when you're in these destinations, you can just make short little videos of yourself saying, hey, I'm Paul O'Mahony. I represent Methodology. I'm one of their licensees. What do we do? Well, we actually help develop property development companies build their metaverse, so it is so much easier for them to have clients secure properties from plans in advance where they feel certain, secure, and reassured about what they're buying. And we do it at a fraction of the cost as to what it would normally take if they were to sell their properties via the regular realtor route, right? If you're interested in finding out more, click below. That video that you would record for Instagram Reel or Facebook or whatever it is, or an ad, that can justify your entire trip because now you have a focus. You went there because you were doing an ad shoot. People don't realize how easy this is. It's just one step away because you've thawed yourself out from being locked in this ice cube. You finally have something to focus on so you can get going, get started, right? So you can start looking at your vacations in a completely different way moving forward. What city, what country doesn't have developments going on at any single time, right? And the final reason I'm going to give you at this point, because I want to give you a chance to go to break, and this is the most important for you right now. Why should you join today on 222 Day? Why today? Because, number one, the investments that we have shown to you are the cheapest you will ever get them. This is our first online training, as Mike has alluded to a couple of times. So it will never be this this amount again. It's only going to go up and up and up. Right? Already we started that with every workshop. It's been going up. It is about to go up by the next time you see this workshop. So if you're sitting on, let's see how it goes. Let me see a few more success stories, which takes from your success, right? When Mike talked about that $104,000 700 as what you should be paying, I just want to make sure you fully get this. If you were to do this another way, you would have to buy into a franchise like Century 21 or Remax or one of these, and you would be paying tens of thousands of dollars annually to have the rights to use their brand. So it's only inevitable for us that this is going to become a franchise. It's inevitable that, we're going to be approached. People can say, just set this up as a franchise. Mike's already ran franchises in the past, because people will pay at least $50,000 to $100,000, not once, but every single year to have the rights because of the crazy commissions they're making. When people do this in Century 21 and Remax off of much smaller percentages, and they're relying on themselves making 20 to, 50 sales per year just to make their money back, right? And that's the way they're thinking, negative, low energy. With this, you just got to get one sale across the line. You're already in profit. Your trajectory is there. Your momentum takes off. So this is going to be an annual fee franchise. We haven't agreed what the amount would be, but I'm not exaggerating in the least when I could say we could, at a minimum, charge $100,000 a year. Why wouldn't we? Because we'd go straight to real estate agents, say, this is how much it costs you. It's $100,000 a year. This is what you'll be making for any development you get across the line. They're like, well, why wouldn't we do this instead of our regular business? That is going to happen. And what Mike went through when he explained that you are literally what silver would be in the future, 8997, we are giving you platinum for. And it's not an annual recurring fee. It's not an annual whatsoever. You continue to make the commissions, right? Now, the key thing I want to explain to you is when you join, I would highly advise you that you pay in full, because you are going to get 24 months of support. 2 years of support. Now, what pay in full means is you've got till the end of tomorrow, the end of Monday, to pay in full, and I'll talk about how that will work in a moment. However, these prices are going up. By the time we run our next workshop, the prices will have gone up again. So for you to lock in your place, and I know we had a major meltdown when we put up these links yesterday because there were so many people interested, right? Now, we're doing it earlier in the day, so most of the American audience aren't online. You can lock in your place right now with these prices, these specific investments, for just £500. So please do that immediately. Scan this, right? Scan it now. pay your 500. Okay, I'm going to give you a chance to scan it so it at least is opening on your phone. So people are asking for the web address. Yeah, I can give you the web address also. Okay, rsm.one/meta yes. Say yes to Meta. I'm going to assume that all of you here that are committed to this are going to join Platinum, right? I'm assuming that, but this is not a final commitment for you to which level you're at, because there may be some of you that have, for varying reasons, cannot go for Platinum. By the way, for our mentoring clients, please pay this immediately, because we've got a really special deal for you guys to take care of you, because you've already invested in our high-end programs, okay? So once you've got that paid, please pop your number in the chat, because one of our team, Laura and Esteban, one of them are going to call you in the next hour during your break, or if we don't get you in time, it's first come, first served here in terms of locking in your place. It'll be slightly after that in the early afternoon. So keep your phones on, because what they will chat to you about is which level you want to join, give you the opportunity to pay in full right away, so you get all of the additional bonuses, or if you need a payment plan, they'll work that through with you, and we'll get your first installment organized to make sure that you were in place. Now, if for any reason that's not working for you, pop your name, email address, and phone number that we can contact you on into the chat right now. Right, type in the level you want to come in at, like say Platinum. We know your name, so Platinum, email address, and phone number. So if for whatever reason I can see some people it's looping for you, it's just because of the number of people coming in at the same time. Pop your name, number, and we'll have somebody give you a call and secure it over the phone. Right, if you cannot do it via the online means right now, we will have somebody call you and get it done over the phone. So that's if you cannot get through online, just pop immediately, say, yeah, I'm in, Platinum, name, email, phone number, and keep your phone on during the lunch hour right now, because you do not want to miss this opportunity. For those of you saying the QR code isn't working for you, I could just do a quick double check, which I did a moment ago. Right here. Yep, it's working for me. No, that's not much good for you. But what you can do is go to the browser and type in rsm.one/meta yes. Okay, meta yes. If there's an issue with the camera or whatever is the browser, go and do that right now. So just I'm going to give you 2-3 more minutes to make sure you have that scanned, you have that link. Because whatever happens here, like, I cannot see a downside for this for you. Like, if you're seriously committed to having an online business and you actually want to make life-changing money, and you want to be able to be free, to not have to work in your job, or be free not to have to work 40 hours a week, to be free to actually have something to focus on and take off and get started, and really, really have the opportunity to take advantage of the fresh wave, perfect timing, perfect opportunity, save yourself. You will save yourself just by the having a home business, registered with an accountant, you being the CEO. Suddenly you're saving yourself thousands of dollars every single year just on your bills by focusing on it. Right? So, and it's all being done for you. Just follow the rules, follow the specific guidelines. The team will do the sales for you. It's just absolutely incredible what we have here. And I guarantee you, a year from now, you're going to see this on a webinar somewhere. You'll think, oh my God, I remember that thing like a year ago. That was like a fraction of the cost. The percentages that we'll be paying out will be a lot lower. When you join now, and when you pay in full, by the way, what I'm going to do for those of you in pay in full, not only do you get the 24 months of support, for those of you that pay in full, that means you've got until end of today or end of tomorrow to get that done. And we'll do that over the phone with you. We will also pay a commission on any future developments from that developer you bring in the first time, which means you get recurring payments, right? Because at the moment, if you bring them in, you're a platinum, you get 20%, right? But that person may well, that property developer may well want to say, well, I'm going to use that again for my next one, and the next one after that, and the next one after that. So if you pay in full, You get your payment in and paid in full in the next 24 hours. By the end of Monday, we will lock in that you will get paid an ongoing commission, which will be a quarter of the commission you get on your main one for every single development from that company after that, which means now you have a recurring commission, and property developments are not going to stop developing. They're going to keep developing. So if you were on the fence about whether I pay in installments or in full, this simple decision of you getting access to that money in the next 24 hours will make you an additional hundreds of thousands of dollars for just that one developer introduction, because we will open that door for you without having to pay for a franchise fee, without having to pay for annual renewals or anything like that. You pay in full. We will include, right? We will include ongoing commissions for that developer you bring for future developments. Now, if you ever needed a no-brainer, there it is. So what I want to do is I want to give you guys a chance now to take a break, take lunch. Mike, you want to jump in? Or keep your phones on, because we are going to be calling you right now during the break to secure your place, to chat you through this, to just lock you in terms of payments, etc. Whatever you got to do to pay in full, make it happen, guys, because it's literally, do I find a couple of grand over the weekend and save myself hundreds of thousands in lost commissions in the future, or do I think short term and small minded, which is not the way we want this, right? We're setting you up for success here. And again, really excited, Mike. Thank you so much for this, for having an incredible session with everybody. And let me just pop back to you.
And Paul, thanks for that. As always, it's so much a pleasure always just listening to you and have you pop in. And again, we've been doing this and always been so excited. But to have someone like you this excited, to have your people this excited is incredible. Just a couple of shout outs. Julie, we do absolutely know. We know you already paid yesterday. And before the payment link bombed out, we did get yours. So thank you, Julianne. We are aware of that. Luke, 100% all sorted. We know you're also part of Paul's bigger program. So he did something special for you to resolve some of the big the sign up that you've done. So we are aware of that as well. And yes, thank you. I've got all your numbers coming through. And Stodai, got your details as well. Thank you. We will be reaching out on that. Paul, just one or two other people says that they're just having a challenge on it says, please contact me. I'm in. They're having a challenge on the getting the link across, but I'll sort that out to them and the team in the background. All right.
Yeah, that's perfect. I'll Rashid, Mehmoodi, Julie, Luke, it's come through already for you guys. So we're just going to keep this open. And I mean this, right? We're just going to keep this open for people who are committed. They're already saying, no, I'm deadly serious. I'm in. This is happening. Because I don't want on the fence energy with this business. I want energy that I'm in, I'm going, I'm starting on Monday. Let me go. I want to have my onboarding call with Mike and his team. I just let me at it, right? And because that's exactly the energy where you are going to absolutely thrive and exceed all expectations, including your own, with this. If you're going into it with trepidation, I'm scared, I'm frightened. What if I don't make my money back? It's like, okay, look, that's okay. But right, this may not be for you because you're up, because you have to, when you see an opportunity that lines up so well the way it has for today, like you're never going to see something as great with this timing. So you have to ask yourself, if you're thinking like that, right, what would it take for you to actually go and get excited and go make it happen? I can tell you what it is: financial commitment. The minute you go, right, I cannot lose this. I'm taking this deadly seriously. Right, you burn your bridges. You say, this is it. I'm in. It's happening. That's it. It will happen 100%. So again, congrats to you that have got that. If for whatever reason you can't, I see a number of your symptoms. Sorry, it just won't come through. That's okay. Just pop your name, email address, phone number. Our team will give you a chat. And also those of you that have paid a deposit, we will be calling you to talk through your options, allow you to lock in your commissions ongoing for that development by figuring out how you pay in full for your platinum level or whatever level you're at for the next few years, that those commissions are permanently locked in. So with that, Mike, I think that's probably enough for me. I'll leave up this just so people have a chance to keep scanning the code or typing in just in case it was frozen. And at the time for them. But yeah, we'll keep it open for the hour, guys. Make sure you get in, answer the calls. The calls will be quick, right? So get you in, get you across the line, talk about payment plans, talk about how to pay in full, and then you can come straight back to the training.
Perfect. Paul, thank you so much. Everyone, thanks for a lovely morning. Great kickoff again. We're coming back in an hour from now. We have got an action-packed afternoon. So if I could ask that those of you who've asked us to contact you and to tie some of the details up, if I could just ask that you also put your dialing preference in there. So I see some of you have just put your stock standard number. If we could just ask that you put your full number in there with the dialing preference as well, so that we know where to contact you and how to track you down. Otherwise, we'll see everyone back here in an hour from now. It'll be exactly on the hour, so it'll be an hour and 11 minutes from now. We'll be kicking off after giving you a good quality break to get some food. For those of you having some breakfast now in the US, thank you so much. We'll be in touch and excited to be working with all the new signups that we're seeing from today and yesterday, and we'll give you guys a shout in a moment. Thanks, everybody. you.